Seeing Wolverine today. Um, I'm not sure why. I am live, right? I am live. I'm trying to look at my Hold on. There we go. Let's try to get some nice guy. So this is again Von Norden printed this guy up. This this is from the group. Oh, I gotta turn on my computer. This is from the group ZEZ. I don't know, one of those 3D groups. So I spent, let's see, what's today? Friday. I took off Tuesday. I just did some kind of housekeeping coming back from Wonderfest. So I got back Monday afternoon, and Tuesday was just unpacking and getting organized and kind of getting ready to start the next project, which is this one. And then Wednesday and Thursday was spent cleaning this guy up. And cleanup actually went a little quicker than I thought. I thought I'd have another day of cleanup. I had a little bit this morning. Went through and just kind of looked. I put everything together and just kind of look at it like, does anything stick out to me? And right away, I don't see anything that's just sticking out as far as cleanup goes, support marks or anything. I had a little bit underneath the chins, but so when I'm doing cleanup on prints, I put everything together and just kind of give it an overview. And if anything sticks out, then I address it. But for the most part, he was really good. I had about another 45 minutes or so of cleanup to do on him. So this is a really cool sculpt. You know, it's like Vietnam era Wolverine. So I'll be looking at a lot of reference photos for Vietnam clothing. Again, this is one of my clients that just kind of lets me do my thing. So it's going to be fun. I'll probably do a camo pattern on the helmets and the pants. I'll do a dirty wife beater shirt for his undershirt. There's a very small footprint. I didn't do any video. I did a little video on prep, I think. Not yesterday, but the day before I was live when I was just doing initial cleanup. Overall, the print's really good. There was one print line that's like a print shift that's actually kind of significant, but luckily it gets covered up by all the stuff that's on him. So I wasn't going to kill myself to sand that out and do a texture stamp. It's just, again, you have to kind of balance the effort for the profit kind of thing. So I just wasn't going to worry about it. I do need to heat up the claws a little bit. I actually don't mind that they kind of come together a little bit, but I'm going to heat these up a little bit. You know, they're printed resin, so they're going to have some flex. So I'll try to heat them up and straighten them out as best I can. They may bounce back a little bit. So on this guy, you've got 4 heads. You've got, let's go over an overview. You've got, you basically have 2 heads, but each head has a helmet or no helmet. So you got cigar with helmet, and then you got, I like the helmet. I mean, it's cool that they come with the no helmet, and there is an individual helmet that you can put on the base if he's, but I don't know where it would go. Then you have, and these have been magnetized. Initially, I was going to put magnets in the heads, but I did, and I'm glad I did because, again, these pouches may fall off on his belt because they're just kind of sitting on there. And then you got cigar no helmet. It's a great sculpt. I mean, it's really, really nice. And then you got closed mouth, no helmet. He does have a necklace. I just don't have it on right now. You only get one necklace, but there's actually holes for it in the sculpt, so it goes on nicely. There's a tiny, tiny little gap at the bottom of his chest here on all 4 of them, but I'm not going to mess with it because, again, it doesn't stick out to me. And once you get all painted, it'll just look a shadow. Now he'll get glued together at the waist, so he's leaning a little bit forward right now. But when I get done painting, I will glue him to the pants. And then you have helmet, no cigar. So I'm not going to put that in because, again, I want to start knocking stuff off. So today I'm going to start working on skin tones because there's some torn parts in his pants. They need to get skin tones. So there's a tear here, a tear there. So he's got some wounds. I think it goes down to his skin. I don't know. I can't tell. Well, maybe not. I thought he had some exposed skin. Maybe not. It's just torn and frayed. So actually, I could start working on the greens if I wanted to. But maybe I'll start skin tones today. Anyway, so it's a cool piece. Oh, and also you get switch out. You get metal claw option. Let me put this head back on because this is. Oh, he's got necklaces on this. So this is my favorite head right here. So you got metal claw options, and those have been magnetized, or you got bone claw options. So you can do bone claws, magnetized. So only magnets in the kit are for the switch out arms and switch out heads. When I was doing the prep, the initial prep on this leg, I put a nice brass rod going from the ankle all the way up here, and I filled this leg all the way up to here with resin. This foot was glued on here at the knee, and then I filled this knee with resin up to about the waist. So his waist is almost full resin. And then the base, Bond had glued this portion of the log to this base, so there's a pretty good significant gap. But I was able to pour resin in from the hole up here and let it drain down. Now this is filled to resin about here, and I'd use printing resin mixed with baby powder to fill in the gap, and I just sculpted it. You make a nice thick goop, and it's sculpted in perfectly. You can't even tell where it was, and you just cure it with a light. There were some fitting issues here and there. I had to make these are still really tight. This will get glued in, but it's super tight right now. So I'm not worried about it. So anyway, yeah, overall pretty good. And he comes with a wolf. So I like the wolf. He's cool. Good sculpt. I'm gonna have to do some. I had to do some fitting on his paws and stuff. So once he gets painted, I'm gonna go in and he'll get glued to the base. I filled this base all with resin, so now it's nice and heavy. And this print turned out really, really nice. Bond did a really good job on the wolf print. So, I mean, his prints overall are really good. I know I found out he got mad at me because I posted photos of the destroyed He-Man base, but it is what it is. You know, whatever. All I do is give him props. So if he's mad about that thing, then I can't help it. Alrighty, so let's start on skin tones. Let me take them apart. Oops, and there go all the little pouches and things. Let me put those to the side. My table set up next to me. So the good news is that I got an email from Norm from Tested yesterday morning that they're working on my video, my interview that they did at Wonderfest, and he was just asking for some other video photos of the Suzabi. So I sent them all the work in progress videos I did, all 9 of them. I said, and I just wrote up a synopsis of each video. Like, hey, there's 9 videos, about 12 hours of video footage. But here it is. Pick and choose what you want because it's real time. There's really no editing, so I'm not sure how much time they're going to spend going through all that stuff to put in little clips of me working on it. But he did want to. He asked for those videos specifically to show my workflow and that stuff. Yeah, so he's got all these cool pouches. So Vietnam era clothing. So it's going to go green. Worn green. I'm going to do. Don't know if I'm going to do camo on the pants because the references I saw that the pants weren't camo, they're just green. I know Rick Garcia just did one of these or was working on it, and he did the pants camo. But I think I'm just going to do the helmets camo because if you look at Vietnam era clothing, typically the pants are just green, not camouflage. So, and they'll do a white, the undershirts are typically white, so we'll do a white undershirt, but he's gonna get dirty. I think he should be dirtied up. He's been in the shit, as they call it. So he should be nice and dirty and all that fun stuff. So let's take him apart. He's got these great cool straps that are kind of hanging off of him. So small piece, lots of details. So I'm not sure how long painting will take. I think I can get the skin tones for the most part done today. I'm anticipating 3 or 4 days of painting. Even though it's a small piece, there's just a lot. You start adding all these details, guys, it just adds time. Which is fine. This client's really cool. I did one print for him for a while ago, and can't remember which one, but it just wasn't, the quality of the print wasn't that great, and it just added quite a bit of time to the job. Who's always asking me, how's the quality of the print? Like, oh, pretty good. And you really don't know till you get primer on it. So, um, and my cleanup is not 100%. Again, when I'm doing stuff, um, NVH. I'm not sure what your name is, NVH. NVH. It is. Yeah, it's from Zez. Z-E-Z. I'm not sure if it's Z-E-Z or Zez or how you say it, but yeah. It's their piece. It's really cool. I like it because it's in a small footprint and they packed a lot of detail in a small footprint. So he's solid from the feet down to the waist. Yeah, so overall my cleanup is really good. There's, again, some little minor things here and there that, you just, at some point, you're like, okay, I gotta start painting. So, I think we'll be okay. You get to a point when you know what is going to be noticeable after paint and what won't be noticeable after paint. Zez, yeah, Z-E-Z. Okay, so these ammo cans are really, really tight. I had to carve them out quite a bit. This one in particular. Plus, I put them on when the primer was still kind of wet. But these have a lot of cool detail. They got all the lettering on there, so we'll bring that out. Bang those up. Again, cool sculpt and a small footprint. So this base is solid from the bottom all the way up to, I really don't know, I think up to here. I did 4, so I used this as my measuring cup. I think I did 4 pours of this, which would probably get it up to about here. That's nice and solid. I wanted this nice and heavy because he's leaning forward and I didn't want any weight, issues for the base to fall forward. I have lychee. I've played with it a little bit. I didn't print this. This is printed by Von Norden again. But I'm a Cheeto box guy. It's what I kind of know and what I'm comfortable with. But I have Lychee Pro. I think I have Cheeto Box Pro too. I haven't done a ton of printing lately. So there's a couple of features I wish the slicers had. One of them is when you put a drain hole in a key, like in this key. I wish there was a feature where it would center it on the key, so you're not guesstimating. So when you do magnets, you could say, okay, I want to put a 3/8 inch hole here, and I want it exactly centered on this key, so that when I put the drain hole in the corresponding key, it's centered as the same, and it's the same size. Well, so yeah, so I know Bon uses he's using Cheeto Box, and his support settings are really, really good. I know his depth is set to 0.2, 0.0, and it's very shallow. So his support settings are really good. I used to make them like the really, really deep. Oh, you can do that. You can center the holes. I don't know how to do that. Is that maybe in Lychee? I don't think you can do that. Maybe in Cheeto Box Pro. I think I had Pro for a while, and then I haven't used it once I got rid of it. So anyway, again, I don't do a ton of printing. Okay, skin tones. So we need the heads, we need the arms. I think that's it. There's no skin tones showing. I thought there were skin tones showing on these the feet. I thought this went down to the skin, but it's not. It's just like layered. So I guess in the Vietnam they wore something underneath their pants because this is all fabric texture in these torn areas. So no exposed skin there, just the feet. Okay, perfect. Nothing over there. Okay. So I'm running out of I need to get more of my, hopefully I got enough for this. This is my go-to base coat for flesh tone primers. Oh, did my things? Okay, Mom, that's why. It's like shit. This isn't working. Hold on. Get down here. Look at my kid. No, that's working. Yeah, that's what I want. Magnet holes would be amazing. The problem is if they start adding them themselves, it may not be the size you want. I always use the biggest magnet I can fit in the key just to give it the best metal hole, and they may use and they also may use metric sizes. so so at Wonderfest, I didn't buy any models. I bought a couple books. I bought some t-shirts, and I bought myself. I've been wanting to try this airbrush for a long time. Mr. Hobby Procon. It was like $75. I got it at Wonderfest. I think that's about the right price. It's basically a knockoff of the Iwata HPCH, so it's got a Mac valve on it and stuff. So this needs to be oiled up, but I gotta get an adapter on it. But I wanted to try that guy. But for now, we're just using my good old Iwata Neo. Some primer. To the side. I left the wolf completely hollow. There were drain holes in the feet, and there was a drain hole in the back and the belly that I had to fill. No big deal. Yeah, I have enough here to get these in time mostly. Getting back in the swing of things after. So I shipped. I've done a couple of those Sandman prints. I've done two, and one I had to send to Lebanon, and it made it in one piece. I sent. I gotta turn my air pressure down. It's too high. I sent it in two boxes. So one smaller box had the heads and the switch out, right fists. And that made it no problem. And then everything else was glued together. And I spent a ton of time packing and patting that thing. It was in a 3-foot cubed box. I actually had to take the door off my front door off the hinges to get it out of my house. It barely, we had to squeeze it through the door to get it out of the house. And I had to have FedEx come pick it up. But it arrived the other day in one piece. I was like just dreading it not showing up in good condition. But I packed it well. My client paid for an extra fee for non-stackable. So the shipping alone on that thing, even at the best rate we could find, was $800 to ship that piece to Lebanon. So that guy spent a good chunk of change on that piece because he paid for the print. Huh? He paid for the print. He paid for my building and painting services, and he paid $800 to ship it. So he must have really wanted it. But he's happy. It's like the bottom of the foot here. It's not perfectly cleaned up from the print. It's okay because you never see it. It just matters, the areas that are really noticeable to be cleaned up really well. Jesus air, pretty much. I was just, man, because the last time I shipped a big print like that was one that big was that He-Man, and they destroyed the base. Like it was, and I packed them almost identically the same. So I think paying that extra like $150 for non-stackable, so nothing would get stacked on top of it, was paid off. Okay, so he's got this part of the lens exposed too. So part of the reason, so that's one reason you fill these 3D prints is to kind of help prevent that you know, give it some more support. But man, I spent a lot of time packing, and I charge for it. If I'm gonna spend 3 hours packing something, I'm gonna charge you to spend 3 hours packing it because that's 3 hours I gotta spend painting. So just the packing and stuff is not cheap. The supplies are expensive. So as I go, if I see a little support, like here's one on top of the foot I missed. Sometimes I just as I go, I'm just gonna go in here and I'm gonna slice it off. It's very small. And by the time I prime the painting, I won't notice that. Yeah, so if you guys watch Tested, the YouTube channel Tested, I'll be on there eventually. I just saw the first video. They just posted the first video for Wonderfest today, covering a killer studio scale sand crawler guy did with the full interior and everything. So hopefully that'll promote my business a little bit. It'd be nice to know that these guys over there are kind of into Gundam a little bit. So I'm trying to get more on the channel. That's pretty good. What's up, Tony? Yep, painting. Back at it, man. I took your advice and kind of chilled out on Tuesday. You know, just did housekeeping stuff from the trip. And it was good because I got home Monday around right at 4 o'clock. It was me and my wife's anniversary. And I was like, hey, you know, we should go out and have a drink or something tonight. And she's like, well, aren't you tired? She's like, yeah, I'll take a nap. You know, I'll lay down and take a little nap. So I lay down around 5 o'clock and woke up 5 hours later from my nap. But by the time it was a little too late to go do something, I think we're going to go have dinner or something this weekend. See if she wants to go do something. And I was just slowly building up this primer. You don't want to hose on. It doesn't cover up real good right away, so I slowly build it up. So when I put this on, it's going on pretty light. And as it dries, you'll see thin spots. I try to get it as evenly as possible. Guys like this. This is a good base coat for skin tone. I like it. I know a lot of guys like to use white. What's up, Anya? How are you? So glad we got to hang out last weekend. You and your sister. How was the drive back? Alright, so here's some support marks I missed. These are pretty obvious, so we're going to sand these out real quick on the hand. Yeah, so those are this happens. You start painting and you see something you miss. So I'm just gonna go sand these out real quick. This is like a pretty fine sanding stick. And luckily, there's no like skin texture sculpted in. There's hair sculpted into them, but there's no real skin texture. So I'm not losing any of that when I sand. Luckily, and just like that, these are gone. Pretty easy. No flat tire. Hey, I didn't get a flat tire on the way home. I got a flat tire while I was there. So you know what? But the number of people coming up to me and telling me, "Oh, I hope your car doesn't break down," I was like, I wanted to punch him, but also I was like, thanks. Okay, there's some more supports on it. See, as I'm going, I see little things I missed. These are actually what happened here. Is sometimes when you print, that support, the vertical part will touch the print and it gets stuck to it. That's what happened here. So that's like I guess I'll call it the pillar of the support. So I'm gonna go in there and just shave it off. And now we're good. Thank you. It's pretty good. Yeah, I can't complain about my work area. It's constantly changing and constantly evolving. As things get bigger, I have to move. I have found out that this work area. Well, I can't say because I have built a Gundam up here. But when I did the Gundam, that took the entire work area. I have a couple of folded tables. Like I have an attic right here next to me that I keep like all our Christmas decorations in. But I keep a couple folding tables in there. So I have my computer next to me on that. And when I was doing the Gundam, I had those out. I had both folding tables out, and all my work surfaces were covered in parts. So I maxed out the work area doing one Gundam. It takes a ton of space. So this is the Flesh Stylish Primer. It's just I like it. It's kind of the base. Stylish Primer is really good, but it's a little finicky to spray sometimes. You got to really shake it up really well. I know a lot of people start with white. I've tried that. No, I just find that this is just kind of a good. This just has a little. Start with a little pinkness to it at least. This is a really light skin tone, so it works well for a base. In the no, I missed them because I just didn't see them. So and I'll probably find more as I go. I'll find them as I paint. You look at stuff with a microscopic eye. I'm constantly finding little errors here and there, but again, it's not perfect. My work's not perfect. In the base, did you cast for? Yes, I added resin for weight. Simply because he's leaning forward so far in that branch, and I didn't want him to topple over. So there's like a little support right here that's in the key. You'll never see it, but we'll take care of it. Even though I've looked over this like countless times, I'm always gonna miss a little something. Even the stuff I get, I even say this, even the stuff I get from Ownage, the really really expensive stuff, I'll find mistakes in their cleanup or whatever. Even they're not perfect. They're just really good. But for the most part, every once in a while I'll find little areas that they didn't quite get. But they're also using a different printing technology, and they're using SLA. So it's kind of a different print. It's kind of hard to describe. The print artifacts look different. You don't get with the SLA. You don't get the voxels, like the kind of the wavy print artifacts, because they're not printing with squares. They're printing with a laser, so you don't get voxels, but you can get print lines. So the MSLA, which is the printing technology we're using here at home, or most people, you can get SLA. You're printing with squares. So that's where you kind of get those wavy print artifacts. You know, kind of looks like a topographical map. That's what you're seeing there is the voxels from the squares. Yeah, I love the Gundams. It was fun doing it. Um, Tony, who's in here right now, he has me doing the same kit at some point, and he's so it's funny. So Tony's a figure guy. He's a figure collector, and he saw. I think I posted a memory or something of that Suzabi I did years ago, and he reached out to me. He's like, "Can we do that?" I was like, "Yeah, I can find the kit." And then he said, then he sent me just recently the kit. I didn't even know I was getting it, but he sent me the motorized bus to go along with the kit, which I have one I built years and years and years ago. So now he's gonna have. We're slowly converting him to be a Gundam collector. I'm waiting for someone to buy the 135th XS and send it to me to build and paint. So I own that kit 3 times, and I really want to build one, but it would be a very long project. It would take me 6 to 8 months to build and paint it. I think that's like my estimate. It's just huge. It's got like 2,000 parts, and it's like 4 feet tall. It's just. Right, so there's a support there I missed. Let's see if we shake that off. Anya, do you start with white when you do skin tones? You start with white, don't you? You're still there? So Anya, who's in here, she's a good friend. Yeah, 2,000 parts. So Anya, who's in here, she's a really good. Yeah, white. She's a really good friend of mine. She's an amazing painter. She does. She's been doing Mark Havocan's. Uh, I say artist proofs. She's done some for Jesse at Garage Case at US. Yeah, she's really good. Okay. There we go. That's right there in front of me. Yeah, Owen wants to ride as Jack Carter probably. There's the support there in the palm I missed. Again, I'm doing this kind of down and dirty even with the primer wet, but let's shave it off and the primer will be fine. Yeah, it's gone. You must be really bored on you to sit here and hang out with me. I need to find I need to get some golden paints. I'm out of the golden paints. I started using them. I really like them. I had a local art store that sold them, and then they went out of business. And they've been around for years. I used to shop there when I was in college. They closed shop about a year ago. So Dario, I start all my skin tones with the res light flesh. It's, I don't know. It's you know, it's really bright. Um, I don't know. It's like it. So my skin, you know, my skin tones aren't the best. They're getting there. They're getting better every time they get a little bit better. Stone res likes the dry tip. It likes to clog. It can be really finicky sometimes. There we go. Especially get towards the bottom of the bottle, which on the hat. My only complaint is that it separates. You have to shake the crap out of it. We're gonna dirty this guy up. I want him to look like he's kind of been. I'm gonna do some mud on his feet, some dirt on his arms. I want him to look like he's. I don't think we're gonna do any blood. I don't think we're gonna do any blood on his claws. I don't think it doesn't fit with this thing. There's like it's not. There's no one. YouTube's the best place, Daria. Man, there's a ton of great painters. Anya has an amazing YouTube channel which she updates weekly, so you should check her channel out. I'm giving her, poking her a little bit because she hasn't uploaded a video in like a year, but she's a busy woman. Depends on the kind of style painting you want to do. So, you know, I try to do quote unquote realistic. Do the best I can. And then if you want like a comic style, follow Ground Effective. He does a really great comic. His painting is really good. I like his style. It's, you know, it's comic. His skin tones are really nice and punchy. A little on the punchier side, but he's doing smaller scale. And again, he's painting more for a comic look than realistic. So. I mean, I have my YouTube channel. It's just me doing this stuff, and I don't upload a ton. I've been doing a lot more lives lately because it's just easier. The only thing I don't like about the live is if I put on any music or anything, YouTube will. They don't like that. They like copyright infringement crap. So just doing this first round of primer just takes a while. So you have to build up slowly. You just can't hose it on. There's some supports right there. I'm not going to worry about it. It's down in the key. You're never going to see it. There's some supports back here on top of the head. That almost going to be glued on. I'm not going to worry about those. So, you know, as I'm looking at my cleanup, if I see something, I ask myself, is that something that's worth spending the time cleaning up? Is that going to be seen? You know, you can hear my airbrush sputtering. That's the primer. It's at the bottom of the can jar, so it tends to dry tip a little bit more. So stone res I typically will spray at a higher PSI just to kind of force it through the airbrush. It's a little bit on the thick side. He's got a pinhole in his head. Is that what I mean? Let's see if that gets covered by his helmet. I'm not going to fill it. Yeah, okay. So I just found there's a pinhole in his forehead. Right there, but luckily his helmet covers it, so I don't know about it. Yeah, I thought I had like another half day cleanup on this thing, but I got the primer on yesterday morning. I let it dry for, again, I use the stone res primer. I let it dry for about 45 minutes, and then by the time it's dry, because it's a water based, it dries pretty quick. And I can sand it and I can work it. It's a great sandable primer, so it's great for um, you can use it for a very light filler primer if you want. You know, if you have like if you're trying to do a smooth surface and you got like 600 good sand scratches. I've got sticks too. I've got thousands of sticks from doing Gundams, but on these bigger stuff, I just went to Home Depot or even Harbor Freight, and I get it. Man, I have a whole drawer of these little clamps. I probably own like 50 clamps. Um, Depending on the part, you know, like on the legs here, I drilled a hole in the middle and I put a hook on it so I can hang it up. So I use one of my photo light stands on really big stuff that weighs a ton. It's hard to handle. Man, I put hooks in everything. I got these big ass hooks. I mean, they're huge, and it's got to hold like 30 pounds. So I put a big hook in it and hang it up. So when you start working with these big pieces, you just have part of it is just logistics. How do you handle the big parts? That's the big challenge of it. That's some of the most the challenging part is just the logistics of handling the parts. But yeah, in this way I keep my hands off them. You know, I still get fingerprints on shit, and you know, it's messy, but try to keep it as clean as I can. I've gotten really good at hiding all my errors. You know, part of the trick of painting is hiding all the crap that you know is wrong that no one will ever notice. That's part of the art of it is, you know, hiding all your mistakes and making them blend in and making them look like they belong. So one thing I've been doing for the inside of the mouth, which I really like, is I've been basically once I get all the skin tones done, I paint the mouth, the inside of the mouth, the same color as the outside skin tones. And I've just been going in there with a red wash, and I've just been building up real slowly with a really thin red wash. And because I was for a while there, like the inside of my mouth is red and it looks stupid. And if you look at the inside of my mouth, it's not red. It's just like a dark flesh tone. So I go in there with a red wash. Sometimes I add a little purple in there. I just build up the tones with washes, and it's been working really well because it just gets in all the gums and the crevices and brings out those details. And then it just looks more natural. Yep, we all know our own mistakes. We know where they all are. I learned the hard way to not tell my clients, "Oh yeah, so just you know, there's this little spot here and there. Just don't say anything," because they're gonna beeline to that spot that you said, "Oh yeah, there's a little mistake here and there. Just don't tell them," because they'll never notice it, you know. But yeah, I always tell people my work is not perfect. I'm not the best at what I do. Um, Constantly learning, trying to improve. So even like under his chin, so this was supported on the build plate all from under here, and there's a few supports on the chin, and there's a few little very minute supports that I see here, but I'm not going to worry about it for two reasons. Because the way he's on the kit, his head's facing down, and unless you get up underneath, you never see it. And I'm going to add a pretty heavy 5 o'clock shadow on his chin and his lips, and that'll help kind of hide that. So I'm kind of giving away some of my secrets on how to hide support marks that aren't 100% taken care of. It's even in an area that can be seen. So even though I can see him, there's like right in the crook between the chin and the neck. It's minor, but I can see him. By the time I do the 5 o'clock shadow and he's on the kit, you'll never notice it. So yeah, I'm just, again, just giving you a little secret there that if you know how you're going to paint something later on, um, you you can kind of hide some printing areas with paint. Now, if you're going to do any dry brushing whatsoever, it's imperative that you try to get rid of as many print artifacts as possible, because as soon as you start dry brushing, they're going to pop out. So that's when you have to be careful. So take your painting technique into consideration. There's a little support right there. It's like a little super tiny one for the hair. Take that out. So yeah, take your painting technique into consideration when you're cleaning your prints. If you're gonna do dry brushing, you got to work really hard to get rid of as many print artifacts as you can. I get some stuff from China where they hose the primer on. They put so much filler primer on. You can see that the details are soft, and they're trying to fill print artifacts. It's one way around it, but then your details get soft. Okay, so I got to do one more head, and I got to see what colors I have in my arsenal here for adding some shadows to everything, because I'm getting low on all my colors. Yeah, keep your mouth shut. don't give away your secrets or your mistakes. Are you talking to me, Les? My wife said something. She's talking to me or one of the kids. What's that? See, I just saw something else. What is that? Oh, it's just a little something on the surface. I really like the face sculpts on this guy. He's got a really good gritty look to him. Yeah, Ani, just go. I mean, if you're dealing with big parts, just go to you have a Harbor Freight by you, or I like the ones from Home Depot. They just have really good holding power. These are cheap. I think they're like, you can get them on sale too every once in a while. They're Home Depot brand. Home Depot brand. I think. Oh my gosh, Home Depot brand. HDX, I think it is. You can get these clamps for. I don't know what I pay for these. It's been a long time since I bought one. Bought more, but. I got a little thing of thinner here so I can clean off my airbrush needle, because this dry tips, it builds up pretty quick. Oh, no, no, no. Don't block on me. Not when we're so close to being done with this. Of course, right at the end. And what's the clog? What happens? Yeah, I mean, I think I had some of these at Home Depot, right? Oh yeah, the other ones, yeah. Yeah, these are just made by DeWalt. You can get them online or whatever. So I've got like, this is the smallest ones I have are these guys. These are Irwin. It's just a brand, but they're good for really small pieces if you want to. They don't have a whole lot of holding power, but they're nice and small. I had to refresh on my screen because it's delayed. So you got these little guys. I got a bunch of those. And then this is the next size I have. You know, spring clamp. That's not spring clamp. I forgot what they call this. And then the next size up I have is, so I got like 2 of those. I actually need to get a few more of those. Then I've got like 3 of these. And this for really big parts. Well, that's not even for really big parts. And the biggest one I have, I wouldn't mind getting another one of these, but these start getting expensive. These are like, this guy's like 45 bucks for this one clamp. But this one's doing really big parts, bases and things. And this has a lot of holding power. You can actually you have to be real careful with this guy because it's easy to crush something with that. But yeah, I get those from Home Depot. It's just DeWalt, the brand. See, now I stopped spraying my airbrush clog. So Stylo-Res does not like it when you stop spraying. It dries up. Not like it. That's why I just keep it going. But you're not doing like huge stuff, so you won't need like those big massive ones, you know. A couple of little small ones or medium ones would be perfect for the stuff you're dealing with. Yeah, but I use those for when I'm epoxying stuff and put some really good pressure on, make sure I have a really good glue joint. And I want that epoxy to ooze out so I can clean it up and fill the gap. Okay, almost done with the priming part. As long as I have this taken. Only an hour to prime. So the thing is this guy, because I want him to be pretty gritty. I wouldn't mind the skin tones being a little punchier on this guy. I'm going to do a little combination of all painting techniques. I haven't done pastels in a while, but I kind of bounce around. I was using oils for a while. I really liked it, but it's just a slower process. But those are really fun. Me can get some really nice results. They blend real easily. They take forever to dry, but I like the oils for faces. I wouldn't use them like on a full figure. Okay. So we got pretty good coverage. Not 100%. It's okay because skin tone isn't perfect. Clean this airbrush out. And then we're gonna go in and airbrush some shadows and everything. Even though Stylo-Res is a water-based paint, I use lacquer thinner to clean my airbrush out. It cleans up really well with lacquer thinner. So this is it's funny, people make fun of me because I use these Neos. It's like the cheapest airbrush I want to make, but it's actually one of my favorites. You don't need a $600 Iwata Micron to get good results. Plus, I would destroy one of those in a heartbeat because I'm hard on my tools. Those have like really fine needles, like it's 0.1 or something crazy, like 0.2 tip size. I would look at it and it would break. Okay. But I do need to oil up my new hobby, my new Procon. Maybe I'll do that. Let's do that. Because it's got the mouth valve on, which is the main reason I wanted it. The only airbrush that I have that mouth valves on are my HPTHs, which are these big guys here. Okay. I do like to put a little lacquer thinner and just kind of keep it in there. People say don't do that or ruin your seals. I probably should. I haven't replaced any seals on my brushes. Ever. I was gonna buy a bunch of parts from Tom at Tag Team. He sent me how much the parts were. I was like, well, shoot, I might as well just buy a couple new airbrushes for that. So put the other ones in the drawer for parts. All right, so let's get this guy out and let's get this oiled up. I got to put an adapter on it. You never want to use your airbrush right out of the box. You want to you want to take it apart and add lube to everything. But this isn't the right adapter, so I got to take that off. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. So I might have an extra. I have to move the camera here. Let's see what an extra one. Oh, all my parts are here. Here's my airbrush graveyard. This is where airbrushes go to die. I've got 3 bodies in here, parts for all sorts of crap. I think this will work. Oh, do I need Teflon tape? Oh, if I do. It's gonna leak. Let's see. What is a good idea to put some Teflon tape on your... Yeah, I need Teflon tape. It's gonna leak. Alright. Somewhere I've got some. The question is, where is it? I'm gonna have to run down to my garage and get some. I don't know where it is. Well, poop. Still with burnt flesh over a darker towel. Oh, please. As I look for... Oh, it's right in fucking front of me. What's up, dude? Yeah, I need to plan a trip to drop your stuff off. So I could probably get to it sooner than later. I got let's see, I need to go this way with that, I think. I was looking for Teflon tape. It was right in front of me. And let's see if that did it. I need more. Alright, that seemed to do it. Okay. Let's check this new airbrush out. Alright, so let me put this in here. It actually comes like a little... Oh, that's for if you're using a can of air, which I don't use. Alright, so I like to take the needle out. So this looks like this goes together exactly like a Nawada. So this leads me to believe this may be made in the same factory as an Iowata. It's the same mechanism and everything. So let's take some airbrush lubrication. I'm pretty generous with this stuff. It doesn't hurt your paint. It's non-silicone based, so it's not going to do anything to your paint. on the trigger. Okay. Run some thinner through it. Yeah, knock valve is really nice because I can just control the air pressure. I like this tip guard too. A lot of times I take my needle guard off just so I can see the needle. And when I'm doing real tight work, it's helpful to be able to see the needle so you can actually see where you're spraying a little bit better. Okay. So I'll probably clog this up really quick because I'm really good at clogging my airbrushes and creating a mess. But I do have a needle sharpener, so if I bend one or it gets to the point where it's better just to replace it. But I do have a needle sharpener. And there's at one point I had all my needles were bent at one time. So, see Anthony. Did Anya leave? See Anya. I was hoping you could hang out and give me some pointers. But she's got to go. All right. So yeah, so I do sharpen my needles if they get bent. I have a needle sharpener. It works pretty good. Okay, so I'm gonna start off with this nocturnal reddish flesh as my shadow color. This should be thinned already. Not reddish flesh, sorry, burnt flesh. But it's not. So I thinned my Vallejo paints with Mr. Color Thinner. Someone told me I could do that a long time ago. I was like, hallelujah, now it sprays like a lacquer. This is burnt flesh. It's a nice dark color. Let's see what's thin. Just put a little bit in there. Could use a little more thinner, so I'm going to put a few more drops. And just a couple drops that. I'm going to paintbrush out to mix it. Now we're atomizing nicely. Okay, let's start adding some shadows. There's a little bit more. The Mr. Color Thinner really extends the Vallejo paint, man. It really stretches it out because it's got such a high pigment to it. It doesn't take a lot of paint. Really glad I can take my needle off. I like to take the tip guard off. So this it's one kit, but it's got 4 heads and 2 options for claws. You got bone claws or metal claws. So I bring this guy up real contrasty and punchy. It's gonna be a while before it actually looks like anything decent. No, this is paint. This is Vallejo Nocturna Burnt Flesh. This is the first shadow color. So it's gonna look real funky for a very long time until probably the very last step. So I bring it up. I get them really punchy, really contrasty, and then I start blending everything in. I like to add shadows wherever the clothes meet the skin. I add a nice dark shadow there. I got my needle guard off, so I gotta be careful I don't bump this needle. This is brand new. I'm gonna just open this airbrush. Oh, there's some support there I missed. And bandage. See, constantly finding little things. So these big soft calf muscles I back off and let that kind of mist and blend in. So part of the challenge when you start when you like glue things together before, um, you know, before paint is just trying to get the paint in the areas that you need paint. But again, this saves me all the chance of messing up my paint after gluing. You know, I don't want to paint and have the chance of messing something up with glue getting on it or something I don't want glue on. So this is gonna look real funny. This is like just the initial shadow color. I'm just trying to get that to bring out the details in the sculpt. It's like drawing a road map for the most part. And I used to get really stressed out over skin tones, and I found that the more I relax about, it, the better they turn out. You know, don't stress over it. Again, it's just paint. But yeah, I'm just kind of drawing a road map basically for the sculpt. This will tell me where to place highlights and everything next. Oh, what's up, John? I didn't even read the name. I just read the comment. How you doing? I would really like to get skin tones done today. We'll see. I got 4 heads to do. Those slow down. You got eyes, all the details. We'll see how far we get on skin tones. I'm painting the bottom of the feet pretty solid. You don't see the bottom of the feet, but there's a lot of fur sculpted on this guy. So did you get any goodies at Wonderfest, John? Anything good? I'm sure you guys can see what I'm doing. With my hand, everything's in the way, but let's see. Did it go through? I was sending yay, okay, sweet. Da, 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 da. Let's see if you got my email. Oh, I don't care. Alright, so we got it. That went through. Alright, let's see if it gets it. Okay. Anyway. I had to send no, I wasn't answering the phone. I was making sure my my upload to Norm at Tested went through because I sent him all the videos for the Sazabi and pictures and everything because he sent me an email yesterday about that they're working on the video that they interviewed me for at Wonderfest. So I gave them everything. We'll see what if they pick anything out. Like there's a lot of stuff to go through. But I typed up a synopsis of each of the videos so maybe they're not stuck watching 12 hours. I don't think they have time to watch 12 hours of video. Okay, so there you can kind of see the feet and the legs. That's kind of like the road map for shadows. It's pretty punchy. It's actually punchier in person than it is on a camera, which is usually my camera shows it really punchy. This gives me a road map for stuff. Let's put that to the side. And then we'll work on the arms. We'll do the arms next. Okay. Johnny Ringo. Robin Hood out from Needful Things for one. Okay, yeah, I saw that one. It's pretty good. Nice little wrinkles here in the sand, so I'm going to bring those out. So I put this on pretty contrast because a lot of this gets buried underneath everything. And a lot of times it doesn't show up in photos, but in person you see these really nice subtle shadows and everything. So that's why I make them so punchy at the beginning. So wherever it keys in, I put a shadow and I just kind of fan up onto the skin tone or wherever it is just to create a shadow there and some shape. Oh, so my son called, so that's probably why you couldn't hear me. It's a good thing. Not the good thing, but anyway, I got a phone call, so that's why. Okay, that's pretty good for that harm. So I'll look, if you guys are writing comments or whatever, I'll look over every minute or few minutes or so and look. And, I'm just gonna keep painting so I can keep moving. So I'm constantly turning this in the light to find the shadow. Sometimes they're hard to see. They're really soft, so I like a really harsh light to one of my to the side of me, so I can, as I turn the piece in the light, it'll throw a shadow from the muscle. I haven't used them in a while, but I probably no. I'm gonna heat up the both. All the claws need to be straightened up a little bit. I'll use some heat to try to straighten them up. I'll probably use some pastels on this guy. I kind of bounce back and forth between what I do. So I want this guy to be a little more punchy, I think, a little more gritty looking. So once I get all this kind of done, airbrushing done, I'll probably go back with the pastels and add some more contrast. So yeah, I kind of bounce around. Like I really don't have like I don't have like a. This is how I do skin tones all the time. So here I'm backing way off because these biceps are a little softer as far as definition goes. So we're going to back off and blend them up a little bit better. So we'll see. Once I get all this airbrushing done and blended in, we'll see what it looks like. We want to do pastel work. So that arm's looking pretty good. It's a good roadmap. Oh. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Someone's at the door. Stop. Okay. You're still, tell me if you're still there. Your pebbles just showed up. And other bills. Go through. Junk mail we get. Who still sends junk mail? Yeah, let's see. Open this up real quick. You got it real quick. Oh, he sent it in an Aaron box, which I hate because the styrofoam never uses that white styrofoam that gets on everything. They got white styrofoam everywhere. Not the end of the world. Hey, get out of here. What are you doing here? I need your help. There you go. I didn't get anything.
You didn't get anything?
No. Tony got something.
Tony.
My client.
Oh.
It's one of his kids. It's a kid for him. Pebbles. There you go. Pebbles is here. It isn't an Aaron box. continuing on. My wife is like, "What'd you get?" It's like, "I don't get anything." So back in the day, before, anytime a box showed up, my wife was like, "What'd you buy now? What'd you buy now?" Now when a box shows up, I can say it's not mine. Like every time a box shows up, like, that's gonna pay a bill. That's gonna pay a bill. That's gonna pay a bill. So now she can't get on to me about it. There's some really nice details in the sculpt. So we're gonna bring them all out. This stuff takes a while because I'm going in. I'm drawing a roadmap on the sculpt of all the shadows and all the details and everything. So it's kind of really just like the closest I'll inspect the sculpt is in this step right here. Excuse me. Yeah, I think the only one you're missing, Tony, is charge. I mean, the only full kit. He does have a line of busts he's been doing, but they're based off a different set of artworks that are more comic style. They're not like realistic style. So as far as this and Wicked goes, I would say this is probably a little different. Wicked tends to do, it's like hard to describe. Like their stuff is maybe a little more stylized, I would say. I know like when Wicked first started coming out, they had some decent stuff, but a lot of it I wasn't a fan of. Like it was like kind of over the top, I thought. I think Wicked has gotten better. Like Apocalypse, the sculpt on Apocalypse is really, really good, and the base kind of makes sense. It's just it's big and it's a big impressive piece, but like, I don't think it's over the top. Like it makes sense. Some of the stuff is like the bases didn't make sense. I thought, it's hard to put my finger on it, but this group is this is the group that I sent you the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle files that guy Brent in the UK is doing. Ground affected, ZEZ or Zez, whatever they want to call themselves. This is really good. This is, a really good sculpt, realistic looking, really good details. The problem is there's so many good groups out there, and the sculpts are just getting better. I mean, really, I kind of see a thing where, as far as like what I do business wise, I'll probably end up, eventually be doing more 3D prints, build and paint. Because the sculpts are getting really good, and then I don't know. And then the collector can get really it's a one of a kind. Even though I may do the same piece a few times, they're never exactly the same. They're going to be slightly different. I'm not a factory in China, so I'm not doing a ton of the same thing at one time. It's like I did the two of the Sandmans. I did the same techniques, but they are different. They're not exactly the same. It's kind of cool. Then you get, you get a piece from me or someone else, like, oh, I got this piece done by so and so, and it's like there's nothing else like it. Maybe something similar to it, but it's not gonna be exactly the same. So it's kind of cool. Again, the prints just take a little more time, so I gotta do all the prep work. It's like building a garage kit, you know. So as long as people know that, and yeah, so it's kind of like I think I've said this before, but part of painting the stuff for collectors is sometimes you have to educate someone who has never hired a painter or an artist before. You have to kind of educate them like on the process and what's involved, the time it takes to do stuff. I had one guy I painted a few pieces for, and he'd always send me something. Oh, it's ready for paint. It's ready for paint. Oh yeah, this will take you. You know, you can get this done in a couple of days. I get the piece like, dude, this will take me like a week and a half. And he's like, well, it should be ready for paint. Well, I mean, it's not. And even if it was, there's a lot of details in it. So, and he was a pretty serious collector, but he hadn't hired painters before. So yeah, so there's a lot of that. Kind of educating. So this looks really punchy. It's actually punchier in person than it looks in camera. But this is going to be a really good base for, I'm going to start adding some highlights, and I think I may do a mid-tone first and then go back in. And this is a really good shadow color. I really like it. And when it dries down, it's like the perfect undertone for male skin, especially like a Wolverine. Nice and punchy. Mm. Oh man, he loved it. He was over the moon. Yeah, yeah, he's super happy with it. So I may be doing some stuff for him later in the future. We'll see. Now he's got to ship it. We were talking about how we're gonna ship the thing. I think he's got some. He showed me just pictures of his collection. It's unreal. It's like, damn, dude. He basically has a museum in his basement. It's like all climate controlled, like dust free zone. It's got automatic doors that you walk through to get into it. It's all white walls, glass shelves, all lit, museum lit. And he'll show me his collection. It's crazy. It's really done well. And he loved the Suzabi. He's like, man, I knew he would. He's like, it's better than I expected. It's like, perfect. Done my job. You know, if you, that's where I get. That's what I tell people. That's where I get my satisfaction. Yeah, Stano Res Light Flesh was the primer. That's kind of been my go-to base coat for skin tones for a long time. It's really bright. Anya, who's in here earlier, John. I don't know if you were here when Anya was hanging out for a little bit. She starts with white, and I've done that before. I don't know. I like this because it just adds a little bit of pinkness to it already, a little bit of that fleshiness to your undertone. But obviously she knows what she's doing. She gets really good results. So I'm painting the fingernails really dark. They're not going to be dark, but I'm using that so I can paint the nail bed a darker tone. And then the fingernails will go and get hand painted later. And a shadow around the claws. And then come out of his knuckles. So the airbrush is pretty good. The trigger on it's a little wonky. It's not as smooth as an Iwata. They had another model of this airbrush like that was $180, and I don't know. I had, I brought a little bit of cash, and so I had enough cash to buy the few little things I wanted. A couple $100. I kind of go in here and hit these shadows pretty hard, right in the crook of the shadow, and then I back off and I blend them into the kind of mid-tone area of the muscle. So again, I just want to kind of draw the outline of where the shadow's going to go. When I first started doing these things, a lot of times my skin tones look like the shadows look like they were drawn on, looked really weird. So I kind of learned to. So I get that shadow back up and I fan it into the mid-tone area, just to kind of make that transition softer and more natural. Kind of the bicep, I'm going to spray up into where the mid-tone is going to be. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. Just gonna back off and see if I need to blend anything a little bit better. Yeah, we're getting there. Look at this arm now. Alright, let's start on these faces. This is gonna take a bit. Yeah, you gotta play with your thinning ratios. It takes a little while to kind of get. It depends on your paint. This is Vallejo paint, but I'm thinking with Mr. Color thinner, so it sprays like a lacquer. So it atomizes really nice. Let's see. What is that? Goop. Something. Yeah, it just takes practice, you know. So I just mixed a little bit of this paint in my airbrush on with the spray, and I realized it was a little too thin, so I just add a little more paint to it. So sometimes when I'm spraying this, it looks like I'm spraying this like all over everything, um, but I'm not. It's sometimes it looks like I'm concentrating it very heavily on the shadows, and I blend it up into the midtones. So sometimes it looks like I'm just spraying on everything, but I'm not. Yep, it's just paint. You can always go over it. There have been a few times where it's been a while. I was doing it may have been a Wolverine, but I was doing the skin tones. I just did not like them, so I started over. I primed over everything and just started over. It's like this is not going the way I want. It doesn't happen too often anymore, but it's been a while. Sometimes things just aren't working, you know. So when I do the faces, I like to start out with putting a nice shadow on the hairline. I kind of have like an order of operation, just so I can do that. I put a heavy shadow right here where the helmet goes over the brow. where your finger ratio really comes into play when you're doing really tight work like this. I have to bring out the crow's feet. Probably really blown out, but I got my lights like really pointed really harsh at everything so I can see what I'm doing. Looks pretty good. That's one. Let's see, new email. What is that noise? I don't know if I'll get all the skin tones done. If I get the skin tones on and like the hair painted today, that'd be a really good day. Because with 4 heads, that's a lot of detail work. Eyes, mouths, teeth take me forever to do. But when I get to a point where I think the skin tones are good, I'll put the hair in and the whites of the eyes, and that'll tell me where my skin tones are. But I think I need adjustment, and it's rare that I have to go in adjustment after I get to that point because I've gotten to, you do something long enough, you get better at it. I'm still not the best at skin tones, but I'll say from where I was 3 or 4 years ago, I have significantly gotten better. Yeah, come on. Here we go. I think what I'm going to do is after I get done with this, I'm going to do a little flecking to give this guy some texture in the skin. So I want that underneath the skin. I don't want to do it on top. And it'll warm him up a little bit. But then I got to do certain highlights and blending in. I just like to airbrush the eyebrows with this color because it just adds a little shadow around them. Do not shoot your sister. What are you guys doing today? I'm gonna do it with the airbrush, the flecking. Use the Vallejo wash. I'm just gonna do a brown. I'm not gonna do like all the different colors. I used to go like red, green. I used to use like 12 different colors for flecking. And I don't do flecking all the time. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. My hands are really shaky this morning. Too much caffeine. I don't know. I'm gonna paint the mouths the same skin tone and everything. And I'll pink up the gums with some washes. Like constantly comparing the different faces, make sure that they're consistent. As consistent as possible. They're all gonna have slightly different variations to them. There's no way around it. I'm gonna make them. See, ma'am? This one got it. Sounds like he's doing a mob hit out there. That better not be going into my pool. This one got a new gel blaster last night. Sounds like it's a mob hit outside. Hey, he's not shooting that around the pool, is he? Huh? What? Okay. I'll clog up my swimming in no time. He said it doesn't have any eyebrows on it. I'm just gonna paint them in. You got no eyebrows. We're getting there. What is this? Oh, that one head doesn't have an eyebrow. That's weird. Okay. I think we finally got those done. I'm gonna clean out this airbrush, and then we're gonna move on to the next color. Actually, throw this paint back into here because this is already thin with Mr. Color thinner, so I don't want to waste that paint. I'll keep this out. Okay. Get out. This is the Vallejo dark brown wash. I'm gonna run a little bit of water through here just to. Painting the bust as well. Yeah, the portraits are really good. What do you mean the busts or just the statue? Okay, so this is Vallejo dark brown wash, and I can control it's gonna be very, very light. I do a little bit here, and then if I need to do more later after I do the highlights, I can. But this is like the first little round of adding some texture to the skin. Very, very subtle. You will see in camera, only in person. Got my air pressure turned way down low. Put a little bit on the arms. And it doesn't have to be super, consistent. These are kind of freckles and stuff, so it's gonna have some inconsistencies. Oh, I didn't see the bust, just the statue. Just back way off so I can get some different size speckles. Oop, I see a shadow I missed there. There's a shadow here in the film. Get that nickel. Okay. Now to mist on. Where's my meal guard? I'm gonna put that back on. There it is. Let's see. Problem is I'm out of all my skin tones I like to use. That's my problem. See if I can put this down and use it, because this is like the next color I want to kind of mist on everything to blend it a little bit. Just not sure if it's going to be too thin. I think I might have enough. This is Vallejo natural flesh. I'm going to back off and kind of start doing some blending. You notice I kind of, I don't blend one all the way. I do it, I want to make sure I stay consistent. So I do a little bit on one part, go to the next part, and just continue the process. So I stay consistent between all the parts. That's the hardest part when you're dealing with all these different pieces, is trying to get them all to look the same. So it's going to knock down the highlight a little bit and bring up the shadow a little bit. And once I'm done with this, I'll go with the highlight color. Let me just add white to this, we'll see. getting there. Slowly but surely. So I kind of like this for the initial blending. It's getting things a little more cohesive. The skin's way too dark right now. So I'm going to go through now and add a highlight to everything again. So this just kind of brings those shadows closer into play. I'm going to do the faces again, I think. They're a little... I'm going to take some of this and add white to it. I like to keep the colors in front of you, so I did that, then I did this, then I did this. That way I know where I am on my steps. Where are you going? Oh, alrighty, have fun. That's a lot of paint. I should probably save this when I'm done. A lot looks a lot of white in there. So Wonderfest. You know, the figure category was kind of weak. I gotta be honest. There's a really nice scratch built piece in the vehicle category that was really nice. But yeah, I mean, I think overall this year the work wasn't as good as it used to, as it has been in the past. They had over 1,100 entries, so they set a record again. A lot of smaller pieces, like in the figure category. Okay, let's see how this is gonna spray. maybe too thick. So it's working. Right, so I got this highlight color. Back off a little bit, but go down to the shadows and midtones. I'm gonna miss this out a little bit. Evan. I'm sure I met a lot of people. I probably forgot what he looks like. I got a lot of people that come up to me like, "Oh, I love it, watch your YouTube, whatever," and then it's just so you meet so many people, and it takes a few, if you go over and over again, after a few years, I'll probably remember who you are, but. Were you there? Were you at Winterfest? Raging Mando? I'm sure I know your name. I forget, sorry. I know we talked before, but I forget sometimes. I have the best memory. I was just telling my wife I said that out loud. Alright, so I'm going to bring the skin up kind of bright and pale. Hope I have enough of this white. I mean, it's going to be kind of close. Using it pretty sparingly. Okay, so this is pretty bright now. So this is probably, once I get done with this, I'll probably seal these. And I'll go in with pastels. Their faces are looking good. Again, it's pretty bright. We're going to Take care of that. Do a little zenithal lighting here, just from the top on the heads. Okay, so he's pretty pale looking, but yeah, we got good shadow. I think I seal this and I do some pastel work. We're going with some tanned flesh. Let's see what that does. Move them up a little bit. Okay, the one thing about this is that the air valve keeps gets stuck down. This airbrush. So I need to lube that. We'll take that apart and lube it. Come on. Turns off eventually. This is neat, just playing around now. This is barbarian flesh. That's got a lot of pink in it. I don't know if I want to do that. Back way off and just mist this on a little bit. Oh, that's actually pretty nice. Okay. I'll do a little bit of this. This is barbarian flesh. It's got a little pink in it. If I ever want to, just want to shift this down a little bit. Yeah, that's nice. Just tone those highlights down just a little bit. Still think I need to do some pastels. I'm back way off, so I'm really just misting this on. I'm gonna do tan flesh, but I like the brightness of the skin. I just need to blend it in. It's a little bright, but it's also a little pretty pale right now. It's gonna have a little fleshiness to it, everything. again somewhere. I can't see it in camera, it's probably all blown out, but shoot, I may not need to do pastels. Let's see, this good. The faces are looking really good now. This is Barbarian Flesh. And just a little bit of thickness. Definitely don't want them like tan. I don't want them so damn white. If I do my washes, it may be there. We'll see. Shadows could use a little more. You start blending off, sometimes you kill your shadows a little too much, so that's where the pastels come in handy. My friend Norbert's supposed to message me today. Supposed to go get a beer. I'm not sure he's in town. Let me do a little bit more of this on the arms. So I'm going to do some pastels. Go back and hit the shadows just a little bit. Yeah, okay, that's looking really good. Look at my skin wax. My skin's pretty, as far as white boys go, it's pretty pale and it's kind of a good judge of like just standard white boy skin. I actually have a lot of yellow on my skin. Okay, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna go seal everything, and then take a judgment call, and then maybe let's do my washes and see what that looks like. I may not have to do any pastels. I'll do my washes and see how it looks. If I have to go pump the shadows up a little bit, I'll do some very light with some pastels. Once you seal it, you kind of get a sense of where everything is. I can still see all my shadows. I just need to bump them up a little bit. Again, this is all very thin layers. We're just filling them up. Okay. I'm gonna take this, let those dry for a minute. I'm gonna take this valve apart so that I can't get it to work better. Yeah, I don't know. I might have to play with that later. Okay. I'm gonna go seal everything, and then we'll be back. That's all been sealed. Let that dry for a minute. We'll get a drink of water while it sits up for a minute, and then we're going to look at everything. This I'm going to do pastels. We're just going to go do my washes next and see how that looks. But kind of looking at the faces. They're a little, yeah, they're looking gritty. I want these to look gritty. I think I could go in a little more shadow work on the necklines. I think they need a wash. So Alina's gone. Everyone's here. Everybody else, let's see how cool. Who's present?
My little sister.
Oh, you'd be very surprised by that. Oh, the pool is looking good. Get there. You can kind of see the bottom. Exciting. Okie dokie, you guys still there? Anyone who's watching? Says I got 13 people watching. I find that hard to believe. All right, so Norm got all his stuff and he's downloaded it. All righty. Oh my gosh. Okay. Anyway, got a little ADD moment there. Got sidetracked. You can't you can't leave. I haven't finished. Well, I'm not gonna finish today. My goal is to get like the skin tones and like the hair in. So I think what I'm gonna do here. Again, it's probably not showing up well on YouTube. It's probably really blown out. But I'm actually like what I'm seeing here in person. I'm going to do my washes, my red and purple washes, and see what that does, and then go from there. So again, I'm constantly changing what I'm doing. So I use these paints. Actually, I'm going to put them in this second. These are just latex basics acrylics. Now you want this really, really thin. I've in the past unfortunately made the red too opaque and I've really screwed myself. So I do a red wash and I do a purple wash, and I save these washes. I will airbrush these later. Like the purples I'll use in the shadows of the face and the eye sockets, and stuff. The red I'll use for like the elbows, tips of the nose, spots on the forehead and stuff. So I airbrush these later. So we're just staining the surface a little bit. Not painting, we're staining. You want to make sure you get your stain off. So I got these, again, this is what people call the sideshow technique. I did learn this from the sideshow video, and it does work really well. Okay, so we use this face as a test bed. And I just have my old sponges here. And there's really no secret to it. You just take this wash, you put it on. And start to sponge it off. Now if it's beading, it means your sealers. I probably could have let this. But the act of the sponging kind of adds little imperfections in the surface and everything. Which kind of adds to the effect. And you can always do it again. So I go through the purple, I do the red and the purple, and then I evaluate. Don't need to do it again. Sometimes I do it again. Depends on how thin I made my wash. This is really watery, so we'll see if I need to do it again. The hard part about this is getting up all the excess. All these corners and everything. That's the hard part. Especially like in the ears and nooks and crannies. Some people do a yellow wash too, but my skin tones tend to start with quite a bit of yellow in them, so I don't ever do a yellow wash. A lot of people do yellow, red, and purple. I skip the yellow because I think my eyes just doesn't see yellow as much. So I just skip the yellow wash. I never do a yellow wash. So if I look at this compared to this, it's very subtle, but I can tell a difference. It made a huge difference. You probably can't see it on video, but I can see it. Just that step right there. And I like to take the sponge and just kind of keep going over, and it just, makes a little, skin isn't perfect. There should be some inconsistencies in it. Sometimes I'll seal it and I'll see a little snafu, like maybe I missed a little spot of red, and it leaves like a little watermark, and I freak out. But then I look at it, I pull back and I look at it, oh, that actually adds like a nice little imperfection. It's like a happy accident. And this wash tends to accentuate shadows more than anything. You gotta be quick. You don't want this to dry on there. You can see I got this sponge has got a chisel cut into it, so I can get into the ear sockets and everything where it likes to settle. My gut feeling right now is that once I do these washes, I probably won't need to do any pastel work. We'll see. Usually after I do the washes when I put the hair in, and that gives me a really good idea of how my skin tones are looking. Because I have to anticipate doing the stubble, all that stuff. All the selective washes and everything. And like I said before, I'm going to continue painting the inside of the mouth the same way as I do everything else. From the very end, when I start detailing the mouth, I'll just continue adding some red wash to it. And I'll just pinken up the gums a little bit, add a little more fleshiness to the inside of the mouth. I'm not going to worry about that right now. The guys at Sideshow will sprinkle alcohol on top of this. I did that once, and it took all of my paint off. It went right down to the primer. So I don't do that. They spray alcohol and go in there with a brush, but that just reactivates all your paint. So I'm not sure what they're doing to avoid that. Even after sealing it, took it down to the primer. I'm gonna put these to the side and make sure I know which ones I did. I don't want to do it twice because this is looking pretty good. Yeah, it's actually quite a difference. It's really, really nice. I got my wash mixed up just right. Freaking. Sure enough, there's the ittiest little support right up in the eye socket. Luckily, when I took it up, it was so small that You can't tell I took it off. It was very, very tiny. It had like no depth to it, so. And I'll do the head, the faces and the arms and everything. And by the time I get done with all the arms and the legs, then this will be dry enough. I can go do the purple. I'll just do wet on wet. I won't seal it. I'll just kind of help melt things meld together. And then once I'm done with that, we'll evaluate. And I think I'll put the hair in, which will take a very long time because I got to cut around all these ears and everything. I really need to cut my fingernails because a lot of times I'll be doing this and I haven't cut my fingernails in a while. And my fingernails will scratch the paint. It's like, fuck. They're not really long. I mean, I cut them before Wonderfest, but still, it's happened before. Okay, that looks good. All right, all the heads have been red washed. Let's go do the feet since they're here. And the fingernails actually look pretty good. I'll go and do some more detail painting to them, but just the painting, I paint them really dark, like I said, so I can get the nail beds, some shading, and then just kind of missing the skin tones on. They actually look pretty good. I'll kind of do that little highlight on the tip of them to add a little detailing, but for the most part, they look really good. I mean, they're pretty much flesh tone. They're, you know, just add a little highlight to the tip. And these legs have a lot of hair on them, so we'll get all that hair detail and stuff. To me, it's the purple wash that really kind of brings it to life. Something about purple. The red adds a little bit of pink to it, and the purple, I don't know, just it's like magic. The washes go pretty quick. One step that actually doesn't take crazy long to do because you have to be fast. You can't fuck around. You can't let it sit on there because you will be sorry and you will have to start over. And then 3 or 4 hours of work on the skin tone is down the drain. Which I have done before. It is not fun. Okay, so now I've got, let's put up underneath the pant leg a little bit. So I gotta get that out of there because it'll leak out, and if I don't know it's there, it's gonna stain where I don't want it to stain. So let's do that now. Let's get that out of there. Maybe here too. I went up underneath this pant leg a little bit. That's why I'm blowing it out. And then for the veins, I just use I use a wash and I just lightly go over them. I don't like super like dark saturated veins. It doesn't look right. I like them really. I do them super subtle, to the point where you can't barely see them in photos. But you look at your veins. Even guys that are really really jacked, their veins aren't dark. They're not like sticking out like a sore thumb. A lot of guys, I think, make their veins way too dark. This is my personal opinion. Take it for what you will. Just put it on quick and take it off quick. And then a lot of times I have to sleep on skin tones. I'll get to a point, it's like, okay, I think that looks good. I'll get the hair on. And again, it's one of those things where you just stare at, you've been staring at this thing for, 8 or 9 hours during the day, and you don't know if it looks good. And then you come back the next day, it's like, okay, that looks good. So I typically have to sleep on them. So yeah, if I can get the skin tones on and the hair in, we'll see what time of the day it is. I started at 8. I've been only putting like 8 hours in, maybe 8.5 hours in. So I'll work till 4 or 4:30. So they don't take breaks. I just work straight through. I may stop and go pee, but like I don't take lunch breaks or anything. When I get painting, I don't get hungry. I just like I'm in the zone and then I forget to eat, and then it's like later in the afternoon, like shit, I'm starving. But especially when things are going well painting wise, I get in the zone. I just go. You don't want to stop because you're like, all right, everything's working. I haven't fucked up yet. Um, you just kind of get in the zone. I like to then you just go. So when I first put this on, you can see how pink it is. Look how dark it is. Let me start taking it up. And even after I've taken it up in a spot, I'll continue to kind of sponge that area. Because what it does, it just adds very, very subtle inconsistencies in the tone. It adds little, like it doesn't stand out that there's little inconsistency. It just kind of makes it look like skin. There, guys, I don't know what they do, man. Their skin looks absolutely freaking realistic. I would love to like go to a workshop and watch these guys and learn how they make. Well, they can make resin look like silicone. Like it's got really fleshiness and some nice translucency to it. It looks so good. And I don't know what the hell they're doing, but it looks like there's light shining through it. It's crazy. You would think it's either clear resin or translucent resin or silicone, but it's not. They can make opaque resin look translucent. It's insane. I would love to know how to do that. Yeah, so I sealed it before I put the red on, and that dried while I went and got a drink of water and that just for a few minutes, and then I won't seal it again when I do the purple. I used to seal it in the past between red and purple, but I find that it looks actually a little bit better if I don't, because it just kind of helps it meld together. Kind of wet on wet, even though it's really not wet.
We have free time for you to do that purple?
Yes. Give me. Oh, I don't know. Within the hour. I'm gonna do this, and I gotta do one more step, and I'll be able to get 22. Okay, yeah. What time is it? 1 o'clock. I know Mom's got meetings today, so I may have to take a break today, which means I'll work later because my son wants to go to the pool. Check our local community pool, which is like a freaking water park. It's amazing. There's huge water slides, flow rider. He rides the flow rider and does bodyboarding and stuff. I've been on for almost 4 hours anyway. So I'll get the washes done. Actually, that'd be a good time because then the washes can dry, and then I can come evaluate. almost done with the red. It's looking good. You can see I make a mess. I just let it go onto my bench. I don't care. So I actually have 2 sponges. Luckily the pool's close, so it was maybe like 15 minutes between the time to drop them off and come home. So again, when I get in the zone, I don't want to stop. Okay. That's it for the red. I'm going to put that to the side, like I said, because I use that later to mix up the purple. Same thing, you don't want this too, you want this pretty thin. I always mix up way too much, but I should just like keep a mixture of this in a bottle. That would be the smart thing to do. Get the consistency I want and save it. I may do that. Maybe get some squirt bottles. I can save these washes. I get a mix of the right amount, and they've thrown it all away. It's still pretty. It's still too opaque. Okay. Now we're going to start with the heads. Put that sponge away. Use the same brush. The same thing. Put it on. And then take it off. Actually, I use this sponge. Got this. Okay, purple maybe a little on the opaque side. I think it's going to be okay. I'll probably cut thin it down a little bit more, but we're going to stick with it. It's already done would head this way. So I think by the time I do everything else, it's going to look good. Actually, it looks really good. Okay. I'm thinking I might do some pastel work. We'll see. I don't know. And I never hit this stuff with a hair dryer because it just move it around and create weird things. Just let it dry naturally. Don't ever force dry it. See? That wash came out of the mouth. Yeah, that's looking good. I can tell this is gonna work. I think maybe once I get done with the purple, I'll let it dry. I'm gonna seal it, and I think I will do some very subtle pastel work in some of the shadow areas. Um, yeah.
Where the rest of the gel bullets?
They were in the garage, and I put them somewhere. I don't know. Ask mom. Maybe she moved them. Oh, why? Oh, isn't she the best? All right, cool. My wife is gonna take my son to the pool. You know what you could do to help mom? You could help her clean up all that stuff in the yard, all the trimmings and stuff. Help her bag that. That'd be amazing. Just don't get in my pool. Finally get. It's almost clear. We finally got it blue. Now I'm just trying to get it clear. We have a pool and I've been struggling with it for the past few months trying to get it algae taken care of and cleared up. It's been kicking my ass. And so I was getting to where it was getting close, and then I went out of town, and my wife was working on it. But then we had like rain for like 5 days straight, so it just went back to shit. And these legs get a lot of hair on. There's a lot of hair sculpted on these legs. I like it. I like how it's sculpted. It's sculpted really fine. But I tend to keep the hair light on Wolverine. On this guy, I may make it a little bit darker because I want this guy to look dirty and gritty. I don't look like he's been, in the jungles of Vietnam. So he needs to be dirty, and I need a new sponge that is saturated. I'll use the red one, it's fine. And again, I want to blow this out of the blow that out from underneath the pant leg so it doesn't drip down later. What's the thing you put the clamps on? Oh, the green stuff, it's floral foam. Just, floral foam. If like making floral arrangements. Okay, these sponges are getting saturated. So I need to get a new sponge. Yeah, just get a Hobby Lobby. Put that guy to work. Oh yeah, no joke, man. He needs to get to work, right? He's pretty good. If I ask him to do something, he'll do it. He's we haven't signed up for a summer. Oh man, that purple on the arms, that made a huge difference. That looks so good now. We haven't signed up for an endurance training course in summer, so he gets that every morning. He goes and works out at the high school from 8:45 to 10:15. So he does weight training. Hopefully, get him ready for soccer for the season. Okay, so the purple on the arms made a really nice difference. Woo, that looks good. I think we can do some pastels on the faces. I don't think the arms need them. See like a little spot right there, a little too much red. Just go. And this is why skin tones take me so freaking long. There's lots and lots of thin layers, building it up. But I think the results are worth the effort. Yeah, metal ones would be good. I'm going to straighten them out. Um, um, but yeah, metal ones would be ideal. I would have had those at the very big. Carve these out, put them in, putty around them and stuff. I actually don't mind. Actually, don't mind that they kind of come to a point like that. I know they're not supposed to. Like, I actually think it looks kind of cool. But I'll straighten them out. With some heat and hopefully I can get them to lock in place. Okay, just about done with this purple. And so I've been using this red sponge to get the purple up, and it's actually been doing some nice little things to the skin. That's real nice. It's just giving me some like little random pink and purple spots, which I really like. It just kind of helps sell the effect of skin. So I kind of like that. All right, now take this over. If this is dry, you can go seal it. And then, oh man, do I need to do pastel more? I don't know. I kind of like the skin tone. It's neutral. He's not tan. He's not like overly pink or anything. I don't know. This is when I put the hair in normally. Let me go seal these. And I'll be back. I may put the hair in and judge it from there and then see when I need to do any more pastels, shading wise. My gut is kind of telling me to leave these alone and not do any additional shading. We'll see. I think I'll put the hair in next. Usually I should stick with my gut because usually that's what turns out to be the right thing to do. Oh, this damn light keeps coming out. So there's two options. You have steel claws and you have bone claws. So it depends on which one you want. That's one of the switch outs. So you got the four heads, and then you have the option of bone claws or steel claws. Okay. Please wash this to the side. And then for Wolverine, I like to do a dark brown base coat for hair and then a highlight. But, ooh. A little wash coming out of his mouth. Hopefully I can clean that up. Should be okay. Where's the other one? Mouth. It's okay. That's looking pretty good to me. I don't know what it looks like in camera on your end. It looks pretty blown. I'm looking at it on my computer. It looks really blown out. So. Let's get this out. What is this? I don't want to cut. Sure. Thought I had all red. That's pretty. I think we start with black. Yeah, I'm gonna do dark. Let's start with black. Black. Red. Let me spend some time organizing my paints. You made what for one? The claws? Yeah, if you were gonna switch these out to metal, you'd have to cut the resin ones out. You'd have to bore out holes in the hands, put metal ones in, and then sculpt around those so you can take them out for paint. So it's not an easy thing to do. I mean, it takes work. So, you know. All right, so this takes me a very long time to do this step. It's tedious. I gotta put my optimizer on. I need toothpicks at the ready in case I get overpaint. So, if you want to hang out while I do this, this will take me a couple hours probably, just to get the black in. Start with black, and then I go back and I dry brush browns on top of it. See, I already got it okay. I like these. I like the hair sculpts that they go and they sculpt a couple individual hairs, kind of like going onto the skin. makes it look more realistic. Sometimes I'll go and I'll draw individual hairs going from the hair onto the skin if it's not sculpted. It makes painting makes um, basting a little longer because you have to go and try to pick up those individual strands, but it just adds, it makes it look much more natural. So right here, just got like little individual hairs sculpted. Let some wash kind of come out of the mouth here. That's how sealer works. We go back and erase a little bit if we need to. Do it to up to a certain extent. You can go back and erase. So like in the neckline here, I got some little inconsistent. I can see with my optivisor. I got some little inconsistencies in the wash, but when you back out and look at it from viewing distance, it just looks like kind of a little nice variation of the skin tone. Poop. Yeah. Good thing I'm going to do a 5 o'clock shadow there. I'll cover that up. You working hard or hardly working today, Tony? I need to send a message to someone real quick. I like that they have they've got holes. Are you meeting someone there, Owen? Are you meeting someone there? Who? Yep, gotta keep those bills going, right? you gotta keep those billable hours, man. You know how it is. hopefully business has been good for you. I don't know. They keep the construction never stops here in the DFW area, man. They're constantly doing stuff. I got a friend of mine who's an electrical engineer. Um, Known him since the middle school. He was in Houston for several years. Now he's moving back to Dallas because the company he works for has got some pretty big projects in the pipe works in this area. So he's actually just moving back to Dallas. He built a house and everything. So I'm looking at the black on there. I think it's gonna look pretty good. Support right here in the hair. There's one right there too. I see on this side, did I? I did, right there. Oh, the support right there. It'd be hard to get up underneath these mutton chops. Okay, I think I got it. I can tell. Okay, getting the black in the hair there. That skin tone's looking pretty good. By the time I do all the shading, yeah, I mean, too bad I'm not an electrical engineer, right? too bad I do this. Should have chosen my career path more carefully. I went from photography to painting statues. But I can't complain. I enjoy what I do. I really do. I really love this stuff. I mean, this is the first thing that I've found like that I've gotten good at. I mean, I was an okay photographer. I'm not a great photographer, you know, but I've got friends that are really, really good at it. But this, I tend to have a knack for some reason. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure why this one head has this head has no eyebrows on it. It's the funniest thing. It's just bare skin. It's like they forgot to put them on. I'm like shit. So it's gonna look way different. It's like my favorite head too. Oh no, it's my secret. This is I like this. The one I'm working on. The helmet with the cigar is my favorite head. So I just have to draw them on, getting the sense of eyebrows. Not the end of the world, but the ones that are sculpted are really nice. There's one head. It just takes forever. Takes a long time. What time we at? 2 o'clock. Yeah, I don't think I'll get all the detailing done. We'll get the hair down. Um, we'll see what time it is when I get all the hair on. At least the black of the hair, I should say, not all the hair. I think that took me about 45 minutes to an hour to do that one head. So I'm starting this one at 2 o'clock. We'll see how long it takes to get this one base coated. And this is even the full. This is even the full head. The hair is just. I still did. I think the cutting in is the same on all the heads. I go on the ears and the. have to go back and scrape that off. No. Like that. So, Tony, what do you like to drink? You told me to have a drink for you last night. I'm now like a bourbon guy. I've gotten into bourbon the past year or so. So I've come to really like just bourbon. Bourbon on the rocks. Yeah, and we also need to get on and play some Diablo together. I've been looking for you, but I haven't seen you online. Maybe because you're World Tier 4 and I'm still on 3. I'm level 69 now. And I thought about trying to play World Tier 4 last night, but I figured I'd get my ass kicked. Oh. The flecking I did looks really, really freaking good. I'm glad I did it in the stage that I did it because it's just underneath the skin. It doesn't, you look at this in person, it doesn't stick out, but it just adds a nice little, you know, sense of him having pores. I'm working here, I'm finding little tiny supports in the hair. Somewhere over here I messed up. Don't have this track. Right. Tony must be in a meeting. In a meeting, Tony, there? Is there any meeting you want to answer?
Just arrived. So Terrell.
Usually you're the first one in there.
You were first today? Your package just arrived. What package? Oh, I thought you said something you just arrived. What do you mean your package has arrived? You made a, oh yeah, you're 2 hours behind me. Nothing. I'd asked you a few questions and you weren't answering, so I figured you were in a meeting. My first question was, what do you drink? Because you told me to have one for you last night, and then I was saying how I was looking for you on Diablo, but I didn't see you. I'm up to level 69. I'm still playing World Tier 3, so as you get higher, it's unless you're on screen with a bunch of people that are your level or higher, it's hard to advance quickly. So I was playing with a bunch of people with me the other night, but they were all like level 40s and in their 40s and 50s. So it really wasn't helping me out to, move up the ladder. Yeah, these skin tones are going to be good. These look really good. I'm happy with them. You can tell, especially once I start going in and doing all the detail painting. These are going to work very nicely. He's going to look nice and gritty. I don't want him to look. Oh, that was just it wasn't a package, right? It was just a Amazon notification. I'm not sure what it is. Could be like, hey, there's something. Alexa, read notifications. Let's see if it's a package. I'm not sure.
One new notification from Amazon. The air quality alert has been extended until June 8th, 5:30 p.m. CDT.
That's Alexa letting me know that the air quality in our area sucks again. It's been air quality alert. It's probably why I was hacking up so much a couple weeks ago because the air quality just. I probably had allergies and the air quality just sucked. You could just see the haze in the sky. Freaking random my brush is driving me nuts. Oh my god. All right. How long did that take? About half an hour to do that head. These will take a while. Oh my gosh. 4 fucking heads. Oh my gosh. That's gonna look good. He's gonna look mean. See how long this one takes. 2:33. Oh, gotcha. You're a 98. Wow. Yeah, I don't drink a ton. I drink every once in a while. I mean, Wonderfest is kind of like my time to let loose. It's like it's like the 2 nights out of the year where, um, I'll hang out. But like we have a pretty good selection here at the house. But I never sit at home, and it's rare. I have a fridge full of beer that I keep adding to, but I never drink. It's really for people who come over and visit. But yeah, I mean, I don't. It's rare that I sit down and like have a beer at home. Like maybe after yard work, which I don't do. Yard work is like the thing I hate to do the most. But we have some neighbors that we get together every once in a while. And we'll go over and have a drink. But yeah, I'm not I'm not a lush by any means. Even when I go out, like I'll have like we went to a really nice dinner Sunday night. I had one beer and then water. I want to get to level 100 and just like totally decked out in really badass gear, and then go to that area where you said we can go just kill other people. I think it'd be fun. Or it may not be fun. Maybe they'll just kill me. Who knows? I was waiting to get to level 70 to switch to World Tier 4. Um, and my son hasn't played. I'm actually gotten ahead of Owen a little bit because he hasn't been on, and I've been playing a little bit here and there at night before I go to bed, and he's been doing other stuff, so he won't be happy about that I'm ahead of him.
And I have more gold than he does. I'll make him jealous. He didn't play at all while I was out of town. A little touch up there. There's a little tiny support between the forehead and the hair. And when I took it off, a little pinpoint of paint came off, so I'll just touch that up later on the very end. Always touch-ups. That's part of any project, is go through and try to get any little areas that I can touch up. My stomach's growling. I haven't eaten today. My stomach is letting me know. We'll get something to eat after I finish up for the day.
Yeah, as far as I know, there's nothing going on. I had a friend, my friend Norb, who I know from Wonderfest, is in town, and he wanted to get together, but he has not replied to me. He's got family stuff going on, but yeah, I'm gonna probably stop working here around probably the next couple of hours.
Get my 8 hours in and call it a day. Get to a point that's good for stopping. Which is probably when I get the hair in, getting this hair in. Um, I was overestimating, or I thought to myself, I can get all the skin tones and the hair done, all the detail painting done on the head stays. Like, no. Now with foreheads, I just can't do it. I can't get foreheads done in a day. It used to take me a full day to do one head. I've gotten quicker. I can get, what was the last one I had? Like the Punisher I did a few weeks back. I was able to get both those heads done in a day. So I can get, again, it also depends on the character. Like there's a lot of hair to cut in here. This just takes forever. It's tedious. Trying my best not to get over paint, so I have to go back and fix it. So just, again, many times just putting the base coats of whatever color I'm working on takes the longest. Because once this is on and I seal it, I won't do the highlighting yet. I put the black in, and it just gives me a sense of where my skin tones are, because sometimes it's hard to see how they're looking until they're framed. So once they're framed around, when the hair's in, it's framed, it gives me an idea of where they are and if I need to do anything to them. My initial thought right now is that these look really good, because I know I'm going to go and do some more shading with purples and reds and things. So as far as shadowing and shading, I could make it more punchy, but I don't think I need to. I don't want to make it it'd be easy to make the shading really too much, like the shadows too dark. I don't want to risk that. So yeah, so I learned a while ago that once I get to this, when I get to where I think where I want the skin tone, that's when I put the hair in, and then that frames it. Kind of makes your eye focus just on the face. And I use that kind of for a guide on the rest of this, like the arms and stuff too. So yeah, because I can get leveled up nice and high, then I can get Owen leveled up. Get him all decked out. I need to learn all like the using the aspects and all that. I have a bunch of gems. I've been trying to upgrade the gems, but I haven't put any. I only have one. I'm only have one piece of armor right now. It's got a socket. But moving up the Paragon point ladder. But like all the adding effects and aspects and all that stuff to all your stuff. adding stuff to your stuff. Yeah, I don't think we have anything going on. I mean, I do want to take my wife out for dinner at some point for our anniversary. I'm gonna do that tomorrow. Somewhere kind of casual. We don't need to get all dressed up. I can't thank you enough for that gift because I've downloaded some of my very favorite games that I used to play on the PS3. BioShock is like my favorite game series that I've ever played. I'm sure there's a ton of games out there that I've never played, but that's like one of my go-to games. And on the PS5, it looks freaking to go from the PS3 to the PS5. It looks freaking amazing. Higher frame rate, um, higher resolution. It just looks it looks like a brand new game. It looks so good. Yeah, so the first game I downloaded was the Diablo 4, and I downloaded all the BioShock games. So that's all I have on there right now. And remaining very disciplined. I don't play during the day when I'm supposed to be working, because it'd be very easy to put this paintbrush down and start playing video games. But I had to, and that's from being self-employed years ago, because I used to do that. I was really bad about not doing the work I needed to do and playing. At that time, it was just PC games. I just had a PC in my office, but I was so bad. It's like, shit, I gotta put this stuff away. I got stuff I gotta get done. I got clients, deadlines. People are waiting for stuff to be delivered. I'm like playing video games. So I've been really good. I think I'm the only one home. I don't know if my wife came back and dropped my son off. It's awfully quiet around here. Yeah, so let me know what time you think you could get on tonight, Tony, and I'll see what we got going on. Your your time. So let me know what time you think you got on your time. I don't think we have anything going on this weekend. It's so rare that we don't have anything like nothing going on during the weekend. Kids out of school. My son's soccer season is over.
Is your mama? Where'd you go?
I went to drop one off, then I went to Goodwill, then I drove to Allen to do my returns from Shein.
Oh, you're very productive. Did you go to Allen?
Huh?
Oh, she in the store.
Yeah.
Isn't there one here in Plano?
No, you have to go to Forever 21 that happened to be in Allen to do returns. She's online.
Oh, she. Oh, I got you. I was thinking of some other thing else. That's really good. That's weird. Do they like? Does Forever 21 buy from them or something?
I don't know, they just ship the stuff back from Shein, I guess. I think it's kind of like Kohl's doing it for Amazon or whatever.
Oh. You want to go grab a bite tonight or tomorrow for our anniversary?
Maybe tomorrow.
Okay. Think about what you want to go have. We don't have to do anything crazy fancy, just something casual. Whatever you want. I got $15 in my pocket. So whatever you want for $15 we can go get. We can split at McDonald's, but only if we use the app. Oop. Oh man, I'm about to clean that up. It's way up under there. Was that a little black? Maybe some more. Yeah, it's gonna be fun to try to clean that up. Let's see if we can get to it. Let's go fling my brush everywhere. That's my friend Joseph, so I'm going to try to sign off here in a second so I can call him back. And all I'm going to do is finish today. I'm going to finish putting the hair, getting the black in for the hair and the eyebrows, and possibly the whites of the eyes. And then we'll see where we are there time-wise for today, and because I got to do another head, and that's going to take me another 30-45 minutes to block out. Get that on. But yeah, I need to return his call. If I pick up the phone, it mutes the video. And so I think I'll sign off, guys, so I can call him back, and we'll catch you guys next time. Bye-bye. Bless you.